deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. And then before we recite the mantra, we recite this request to Thangtong Gyalpo, from King Songtsen Gyalpo, who has been translated, the prayer has been translated by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who says, if you keep compassion Buddha who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. First request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. So it's not so difficult as we sometimes think with bodhicitta, because that's quite simple. We don't exclude anybody. So we should think all mother sentient beings, and the thoughts then will become our actions also. So then all of a sudden we do have an open heart. Also to the beings that before we thought, oh no, thank you very much. With those, I don't want to have any contact. And then since we're doing this long term for our own awakening, in order to be able to live our values spontaneously and have the capacity to lead others, then also that's also part of bodhicitta. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger toward my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment toward my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with the tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6th syllable, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So we don't have to have this whole prayer constantly in our mind, but there is, as we can see, there is certain conditions that you know, that we can get into danger of creating, because the situation is difficult, that we create more negative karma if we kind of remember the verse, not word by word, but the sense of it, and we take refuge, we visualize Chenrezig, then, you know, we wake up our own Buddha potential, or kind of we're in contact with it. So then we become aware, and we separate, the mind actually separates, comes out of the afflicted state and goes more into awareness and into devotion to what we actually want to be, meaning a good person with a good heart. And so the body and the speech will not collaborate anymore with these negative emotions, which sometimes can be very strong, and we forget what we actually want. So Chenrezig in the space in front of you comes to your crown. If you have initiation, then you can generate yourself as Chenrezig. If you don't have initiation, you leave him just there on your crown or in the space in front, whatever feels more comfortable. If you have initiation as a really powerful method to kind of chip away at our ordinary appearance of being an ordinary human being, totally helpless, totally useless. So then Chenrezig melts into light through the crown, through your central channel. Light absorbs into your heart chakra. As it does this, you can just think these 5 contaminated aggregates, together with wrong attitudes, wrong views, which create attachment and anger, that all of this dissolves, because it doesn't exist from its own side, and it's not based on truth. It's just appearance. The same as in a movie theater, when, you know, the pictures go from the projector, then there's just a blank screen. We dissolve everything that we find so bothersome and burdensome into the clear light. And we fill that luminous space with compassion, because we want to be of benefit. And what better is there to be of benefit than to have the Sambhogakaya of an enlightened being that just sends out light, bringing resources, relief, support, healing, peace of mind, and so on, wisdom, compassion, all other sentient beings. So you can visualize these sentient beings, of course, the ones you know personally that suffer directly from the COVID, the ones who have died also, for them to rebirth, but also all other sentient beings, because everybody is affected through this virus, and especially people in the hospitals, the nurses, the doctors, for them to be able to go through this without burnout, without being discouraged, having the strength and the energy to be able to do their work, so that they can also be satisfied. As the light goes out from our body as Chenrezig, so you rise in the form of Chenrezig, 1,000-armed or 4-armed, and your body is made of light. And the same as, you know, if you have something transparent, you put the light into it, then the light just radiates out in all the 10 directions. So same as with the sun, it goes everywhere, touches each and every sentient being, and then you visualize they immediately take on the form Arya Chenrezig. No mani pemme hum, Om 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 mani pemme hum. Om mani padme 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 Hum. Om Mani Padme. Then, with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, knowing that reciting this prayer makes a lot of difference, we recite it together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then these are two mantras that Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave out at the beginning of this pandemic, and you used to recite them quite a lot in the Centurion burn after every practice, and after reciting the mantra, you blow in your hand, like you put it down on the tin, you blow into it, you breathe it in, and you think that you are totally protected from catching the virus, but still, keeping the safety measures. And also when we think that we are being protected, not just for ourselves, but so that we can continue to be of benefit to others as much as we can, and that we don't have to go and occupy a bed in the hospital, so that it is kept free for those who do not have these kind of practices, or who have the karma to catch the virus. If you have the karma to catch the virus, even with those mantras, you will catch it. But still, going out totally afraid and full of fear, that definitely doesn't help. Going out totally careless and being too much not afraid, that also doesn't help. So it should give us the right kind of middle way. We can recite each 2 times. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vashrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Black Manjushri. Om trase chuse turtase turmise ningo lache kala cha kamsham trampe peso. Om trase chuse turtase turmise ningo lache kala cha kamsham trampe peso. Om trase chuse turtase turmise ningo lache kala cha kamsham trampe peso. Then we do the dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. When we say this, it's really good to visualize ourselves as a Guru Buddha, you know, in the form of a Buddha, and then try to take this awareness when we get up from the cushion also, not just on the cushion to feel like a Buddha, and the moment we get up, we're totally ordinary again. And long life prayers, first for His Holiness the Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for his wishes to be fulfilled, Savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the past that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all other teachers, teaching the true path to full awakening. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And these two more verses, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we don't have to freak out because everything is just a dependent arising. And as long as the causes are there, there will be suffering. But because they are just causes, they can be eliminated. If it wouldn't be causes, if suffering wouldn't have a cause, it could not be eliminated. So no need to freak out. Okay. Who is next? Oh, Venerable Damchala.
How are you?
And Kumpen.
Hello.
I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yes, very long time. How are you?
How are you doing? How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You're still in Australia?
Yes, yes.
Oh, well.
And I was thinking of you this week, and then when I saw you this morning, it was really very amazing. Yeah.
You're just as radiant as always. It's amazing. I mean, you know, you just put a poster of Venerable Kumpen on your, I don't know, and there, and that's it. Everybody lightens up. I mean, look at her face. Isn't it wonderful? And so young, you know, this is what is so wonderful, because you're so young and so radiant and so, wow.
How have you been?
Oh, I'm well. You know, it's difficult to say that I'm not well because I got rid of all my responsibilities, and I see Lars is looking. I'm able to say no when people ask me to do things, because it was getting too much. And as I said to Lars, I don't have access to my brain so much anymore, or to, you know, to the information that is stored in my brain. And I find teaching really stressful. So I said, look, I'll do rituals and retreats, where there's a sadhana and I can give explanation for this. But formal teachings, I leave it up to young people like you. And by the way, we had a wonderful practice day today in Kedunjupa here in Martini, not with me, but Venerable, what's her name, Droma, doing practices with us to be able to understand emptiness. Wow, it was wonderful. And she's, I don't know how old she is. She's about 40 or something like this. I'm, 70 something. So it's like time to leave my space for the younger ones. So I'm well. I'm really well. And, I'm doing, it snowed. So I'm shoveling snow for other people who don't have time to do it. And while the snow is still light and fresh, it's quite a nice opportunity.
Yes.
I think I shovel away my delusions and stuff. So yeah. So no, I'm really well. I'm still waiting to go to Israel. I was meant to go on Wednesday, but the country is still closed. So I rebooked the flight for the 12th of January. So
yeah, the COVID.
I'm still in Switzerland. A good place to be, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, it's a beautiful place, right?
Yeah.
And Venerable Damsho.
Yes. Hello.
Hello, Damcho. Thank you very much for getting us together every Saturday. My gosh.
Thank you for turning up. That's thank you for turning up. It's a two-way streak. You can. Sorry,
Yeah, well,
my mic is a little bit off. I'm waiting for a new one. No, I mean you can ask people, but if they don't turn up, that doesn't help me. But it's really nice when people do turn up because it makes my job easier.
Yeah, well, to be honest, yesterday, I think I signed up only yesterday or the day before that, because I thought, I'm going to be in Martini the whole day doing practices and this and that. I don't know when I'll be back here, la, la, la. But then when your cry for help came with the 30 empty slots or so, I thought I kind of kicked myself in the bum and thought, oh, come on, you can do half an hour.
But again, although it looked quite, I mean, that has been the biggest gap when we sent the first reminders out for, I think even when we started, I don't think we had that. So it was quite initial shock, but how quickly people gathered around and filled those slots again, despite probably also the preparations, visiting family for Christmas, etc., etc. So it's really wonderful to see that so many answered the call, without delay. And we filled them very, very quickly. And it's also really nice, as you said, to see the mix, because I haven't seen you in a while, face to face. I know that, so it's nice that we had an opportunity to cross paths and, with cooking as well, it's just like we're like buses, either none or there are three of us.
Yeah.
But no, it's just wonderful. So I hope you get a chance to go to Israel, because I know you have been planning on doing that for quite a while now.
For 2 years now, yeah. It's the fourth time I postponed my flight, but it's okay, it's like you get used to it, and one time it will open. So,
sure.
we continue to do things on Zoom, and if I can go, I go, and I'll stay 3 months, and that's it. So,
But at least you got to, have a white Christmas.
Yeah, we have a very white Christmas here. There's at least 1 meter when we started shoveling the path.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's very nice. The weather is beautiful, up in the mountains. So it's snow and sun, and people go skiing, and
oh, great.
Very lucky.
Yes.
Burning up a lot of good karma here.
But you're looking happy and well in yourself. That is the important thing.
Yeah, I'm well. I'm okay. Good. Okay, I better let you do the practice, eh?
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
Take care, everybody.
Nice to see you all.
Lars, I will answer your email also about Manuel and Leah. They're quite busy. Both of them are violinists, but they are living in Zurich. So, and their English is perfect. So it's and they're very nice people too. I hope they say yes. Bye.
Bye. Take good care of yourself. Have a good Christmas.
Yeah, thank
you. See you before.
Bye. Bye, Kumpana.
Bye, Venerable Sangla.
Oh, bless. Oh, that was lovely. It's great to catch up. So thank you very much, everyone online who's been patient. But it's so wonderful to catch up because with Venerable Losang in Switzerland and Venerable Kumphan in Australia and me currently in the UK again. So it's well, Lars in the Danish. I wonder who got more snow, Switzerland or Denmark. So it's really nice to catch up from a Sangha point of view, because it's such a wonderful team effort, and you know, unlike the early stages when we're all shy of one another, it's really lovely to just say, oh, hope you're well, how are things, you know, what's happening, you know. So thank you very much for everyone. But and thank you very much to all you who are following us on YouTube. Let's have a quick look what we had there. Jenny, hello. Prime, you're doing a 24-hour run again. Caro, Julia, and whoever was there before we switched over. So I know we have quite a few regular, making sure that our wonderful leads do get online support as well. So thank you very much, much appreciated. And yes, but something really wonderful, Venerable Losang said in her opening, when she pointed out that, you know, although, you know, we might find we have it difficult, you know, at the end of the day, if we're indoors and it's cold outside and we have a roof overhead, and we might not have maybe the best food, we think like, oh, we should have better food. You know, if you think about all those who are less fortunate than us, it puts our own suffering into perspective. And while that shouldn't really, you know, it's not to say that our own individual suffering doesn't therefore exist. It does exist, but we can put it really in context. What, you know, when we see that others are worse off, then it might take a little bit of the sting out of our own. And it's that important thing of holding on to that little bit of hope that we, you know, we could have fallen deeper down the rabbit hole. And so yeah, that was something really nice. And also I liked, because I haven't had a chance to really sit in and listen to Venerable Losang for a few weeks now, so it was really nice to listen to her flow, the way she did her lead and the session. And that's the wonderful thing about prayerathon. It doesn't have to be static. It doesn't have to be monotone. We're all full of the same, you know, the same wording, the same this. It's really what comes from experience, what comes from within, and our appreciation for the practice and our appreciation of the suffering of other beings. So what we're gonna do? Let's have a look. We got just under 20 minutes left before the Spanish team is queuing up. So we open with the Vasha verses, the praises to this Brahm Chenrezig. Why? Because again, it acknowledges that this is a compassion practice, a Chenrezig practice, and so if you visualize in the space in front of us our Guru, the aspect of Chenrezig, and if you have the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front, above the crown of your head. Anyone following us from different faiths, visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion, and anyone else who's unsure about visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's full of love and compassion for all mother sentient beings, and visualize how the light from the Guru's body radiates out in all 10 directions and across the 6th realm, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are, in whatever form they are. Because we wish them to be liberated, we can visualize them in human form for simplicity purposes, but we have to acknowledge that there are different realms and different causes to fall into these realms, and that we are quite fortunate in human form that we have an adequate level of suffering that gives us the opportunity to change and aim for enlightenment. So we're not too preoccupied like in the lower realms with just basic survival and just getting on. We're not totally disconnected from the world because we're living in excess bliss, and therefore, as long as I'm all right. So we live in the right environment. So, so what we wish for is for our mother sentient beings to be freed and liberated from their pain. But in order to appreciate that, if we recite this prayer, I'll hopefully get a Zoom version for you all in the next few weeks, something that's long overdue on my part. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yiram Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. So now we talk about the individual realms, and again, it gives us a thought why we fall into these realms. And those of you who have listened to me before know these verses probably pretty well by now. But then again, think about, what do we see when we read this? What can we see in our own behavior? What do we see in other people's behavior? We often see it clearer in other people's behavior because obviously we're all perfect and, we don't do anything wrong. But if we really have a look, all these apply to ourselves as well. To various degrees. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits, hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Bodhala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born in the world, born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and darkness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of Devashin. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the sufferings of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attentions to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So we can see this also as our motivation. Why we're doing this? Because there's suffering throughout all the 6 realms, and we want all beings to escape those 6 realms. So although we, prayerathon was primarily set up to help combating the pandemic, and this is still our main purpose. There are different forms of suffering, and we don't ignore them. So we wish all beings to be freed from these sources. So now, having set the motivation and having reminded us of the 6 realms, may we call upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. So having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call, and the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of our negative karma and delusion is being washed away, burned away, cleansed away. And by doing so, more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, is being revealed. And we begin to glow atom by atom and radiate light back to the Guru and all other sentient beings who themselves exchange light with the Guru and other sentient beings. Thus we become one with the Guru, we become one with one another, we become one source of love and compassion for all beings, like a bright beacon, dispelling the darkness of samsara for those who seek their way out. And like a searchlight, we find those who are aimlessly wandering in the darkness of samsaric existence so that we may physically guide them out. So, and the suffering that existed is due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind. The suffering that we have caused or contributed to for other sentient beings and our own. So when we recite the Mani mantra, let's remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind in its divine form, but also in the purest form of the holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings while purifying body, speech, and mind, and sending also out the mantra of compassion. And also as a reminder, our dear brother Venerable Tender pointed out that one of his teachers suggested, again, it's a form of applying meditational purposes to certain mantras, that the 6 syllables of Mani Padme Hum can also be seen as the individual 6 realms. So that was also quite a nice thing, so that we have compassion for all beings across the 6 realms. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults with the actions of body, speech, and mind, and made the premise that from now we engage in wholesome action to benefit all other sentient beings, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings whilst reciting the Mani mantra, and following the refuge, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding onto the pure state for as long as possible. May we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles that may arise to hinder our practice, and to remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be reinstated to good health, to remove all obstacles for those who have entered the body or about to enter the body to have a swift transition and be reborn under favorable conditions, and also to remove all obstacles for those who experience hardships. May they be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships and be restored to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May we also dedicate the Tara mantra to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Resu, 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Resu. Tare Tu Tare Tu Visualize now that all obstacles have been removed. Now we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We have time for 3 recitations. So if you recite 3 times, bearing in mind the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind, may all sentient beings, wherever they are, whatever form they are, whatever form they're in, be relieved of all the suffering of body, speech, and mind, whichever way it applies to their existence. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that Hamsat, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, visualize how the prayer is taking effect. And, some might argue, well, how good is the prayer if the pandemic is still around? Well, think about where we were this time last year. Think about where we were in March of last year when we didn't have any vaccination, any idea how to deal with this. Well, we have different variants now, and we still have to watch and monitor them, and still take social responsibility for ourselves and others. The fatalities have luckily come down in many ways, and we have vaccinations and boosters. So while still a lot of needs to be done, we mustn't forget the positives that are happening around us. Otherwise, we focus only on the negative, and that really is going to drag us down, and we lose sight of where we're at and where we're going. And that is also true for our own motivations in whatever we do in our lives. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all mother sentient beings, all our brothers and sisters of the Sangha, the lay community, and our gurus. May we dedicate particularly to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may he be reunited with his people in this lifetime. May we also dedicate to the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision has tasked us with this prayerathon to be of benefit to mother sentient beings and brought together the community of my Sangha and all those who join us in these sessions. May we be guided by our precious gurus in this and all future lifetimes, and continue to to please them through virtuous actions and reaching enlightenment swiftly. Due to the matter of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the mass of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. His Holiness Lama Zopa, Gangri Rawe Kerwe Shingambi, Pendang Deva Malu Jungwen, Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Yi, Shape Sita Badu, thank you, Ho Chi. Tse Shang Xing Yang Yang We, Ten Jing Kan Pe We, Kun Zo Do Po, Tse Chok Song Ke We Lek Mun Tu Du. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so beautifully. To all you wonderful, wonderful people who support us for the past 73 weekends, and those who support on the wonderful Sangha. And there's a big contingent of our Spanish crew. So thank you very much.
We missed you, Dancho.
Yes, we miss you a lot.
That's attachment.
Yes, we miss you, and also Lars.
Thank you very much. Lovely to have you. Well, actually to cross paths again. It's just, it was easier when we had big gaps to cover, to see where people were going to go in rather than be taking on slots, and then there were gaps, you know, it was easier. So it's great, but it's lovely. And have you seen I noticed you shared the photo again of the family.
Yes.
The family, and the IMI shared it as well.
Yes. Also FPMT shared it, you know.
Dancho, are you in England back? Are you back in England? Because this is not Nalanda where you are now. Or yes?
No, this is I'm back at base in the UK, and I will be joining our lead center in January as SPC.
Oh, congrats.
Yes.
What happened? The food in Nalanda was not nice.
But whatever I ate, the mosquitoes wanted more of it.
Qué bueno.
Let me just quickly have a look who's here. Hello. Of course, Fabio, hello. And hello, Juan, hello. And Begonia is here as well. Oh, lovely. And I understand that you're covering for dear Fabio next week, who, of course,
yes, she will do. Está diciendo Bego que tú harás el sábado que viene por mí.
Bless you all.
Okay, Danchola.
Bye. Ciao, Lars. Bye.
Bye, adiós, Lars.
Hola, Chenrezig.
Hola, Chenrezig, eso.
Hola, Chenrezig.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
Fine.
Yes.
Ready to pray.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Enjoy
you to you.
your session.
Okay, thank you. Bueno, pues ahora empieza el último turnito en español, y un gusto ver a toda la Sangha, a Venerable Juan Yurba, Venerable Begoña, Venerable Paloma. Vamos, a los de siempre es un gusto, la verdad. Eso es muy buena señal, que sigamos sábado tras sábado los mismos, por la mañana, por la tarde, o sea que es una gozada veros. Y a la gente de YouTube pues también, aunque no nos vemos, pero nos conocemos ya y nos saludamos. Muchísimas gracias a la gente también de México que se estará conectando justo ahora, a la familia de la FPMT México, a la familia Molina también, muchas gracias, que sé que están conectados a muchas actividades. No sé si ahora mismo lo están.
Seguro que están ahí.
Bueno, igual lo están intentando ahora.
Fíjate que hoy han estado en las en la sesión de la mañana y que yo sepa en todo el curso que hemos tenido con Geshe-la, que para ellos es como medianoche y ahora no creo que estén, no lo sé.
Bueno, no lo sé yo, igual sí. Igual sí. Vamos a ver. Bueno, nos contaba Damcho que está de vuelta en Gran Bretaña y que en enero se va de coordinador espiritual al centro de Leeds, el Yamyan, ha dicho, ¿no? Que va a ser el nuevo coordinador espiritual allí.
No, en Yamyan no, Leeds.
Es que se llama igual, también se llama
Yamyan. Vale, ok.
Sí, es Yamyan Londres y Yamyan Leeds. Sí.
Yes.
Y se va allí de coordinador espiritual en enero, solo entendido. Bueno, pues nada, vamos a continuar. Vamos a hacer la sesión en español, conectándonos con esa energía que lleva 24 horas o que va camino de ser de 24 horas en muchísimos idiomas de toda la Sangha hermana de muchísimos países, lo cual es bastante también, ¿no?, emocionante y bonito. Y todo es debido a la bondad y amabilidad de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que fue quien nos pidió que hiciéramos esta recitación de 24 horas de la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, ya desde hace 1 año y medio casi. Así es que gracias a Rinpoche, gracias a la bondad del Guru, gracias a los seres, bueno, pues estamos intentando aportar un granito de arena para eliminar y purificar la causa kármica de esta pandemia, cosa que hacemos con todas estas prácticas. Así es que por unos momentos pensamos en todo ello, pensamos en los seres, en especial aquellos que más lo han sufrido, no solo el COVID, sino cualquier tipo de enfermedad, cualquier tipo de obstáculo, los que han fallecido, los que han enfermado, los que han perdido todo en el pasado, los que lo están padeciendo en el presente, los que por desgracia lo padecerán en el futuro. Pensamos en todos esos seres. Abrimos nuestro corazón a todos ellos. Y si quieres, puedes imaginar que a tu derecha se encuentra tu padre de esta vida, no importa si ya no vive o está lejos. Ahora lo visualices ahí, muy cerquita de ti, a tu derecha, que es el lado que se asocia a lo masculino, a lo compasivo. Lo visualizas meditando, muy sereno. Al otro lado, a la izquierda, tu madre, nuestra madre de esta vida. En la misma actitud, serena, meditativa. A nuestra espalda situamos nuestros seres más queridos, más cercanos, hermanos, amigos, conocidos, hijos, nietos, animales. Frente a nosotros, cara a cara, esa persona o personas con las que tuviste o estás teniendo problemas, que te agitan. Aprovecha si los incluyes en tu práctica, dando un paso más en la sanación de esa relación. Y alrededor están todos los seres que componen el samsara. Hay tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Humanos, no humanos, cercanos, lejanos, visibles, invisibles, agradables, no tan agradables, todos los seres, sin una sola excepción. Céntrate en que tu mente los englobe a todos, los acoja a todos. Eso es lo más importante, no tanto visualizar con detalle. Si no puedes, no pasa nada. Lo esencial es sentir que ninguno se queda fuera de tu mente, de tu corazón. Medita así unos momentos con fuerza, generando esa preciosa mente de la bodhicitta. Sentimos la gran conexión que tenemos con todos los seres. Desde el punto de vista del Lamrim, todos los seres han sido nuestra madre incontables veces. Desde un punto de vista más inmediato, más visible, si lo pensamos, enseguida veremos que todo lo que hay de bueno en nuestra vida, comenzando por la propia vida, proviene de los demás. Educación, salud, una emocionalidad sana, afecto, cariño, todo viene de los demás. Y todo lo que hay de malo en nuestra vida proviene de nuestra actitud egocéntrica. Analízalo, mira a ver si eso se cumple en tu vida. Y en base a eso genera la preciosa mente de la bodhisattva. La mente que desea devolver la bondad, reparar la bondad, la amabilidad a todos los seres y llevarlos a la iluminación. En el espacio por encima de ti y de toda esa inmensa asamblea de seres, hay un loto, un sol y una luna. Ahí se encuentra Guru Avalokitesvara, que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Chenrezig en este mundo, con un cuerpo muy luminoso. El que te sea más familiar, más fácil de visualizar. Chenrezig 2 brazos, 1000 brazos, 4 brazos, sentado de piel que quieras, pero sintiendo que en esencia es inseparable de nuestros maestros. De todos los maestros. Te mira y te sonríe. La sonrisa simboliza que te comprende, que te entiende, que te conoce y que puede guiarte a la iluminación de manera inequívoca. En presencia de Chenrezig, ¿tienes la misma sensación o piensas que tienes la misma sensación que la que tiene un niño pequeño en brazos de su madre o su padre amorosos, cuidándolo, protegiéndolo? Velando para que no se haga daño? Así hace Chenrezig con todos los seres. Nos va llevando a la iluminación. Para pedirle guía, para pedirle protección, para ponernos bajo su refugio, recitamos la oración 3 veces de refugio, como si la estuviéramos recitando en nombre de todos los seres que nos rodean. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que ya estamos bajo la protección de Guru Chenrezig y a través de él de las 3 joyas del supremo campo de méritos, de todos los Budas y Bodhisattvas, de todos los maestros de los 3 tiempos. Y recitamos unos mantras, unos minutos del mantra de Om Mani Padme Hum, mientras visualizamos que de su corazón surge luz que se introduce por nuestra coronilla y la de todos los seres que nos rodean, concediéndonos lo que cada uno necesitemos, a los enfermos salud, A los fallecidos los lleva a una tierra pura, la tierra pura del Potala. A los sedientos bebidas. A los que necesitan vacunas y medicinas, las vacunas y las medicinas que precisen, etc. Pero sobre todo sentimos que a todos nos concede la suprema mente que ve la naturaleza de la realidad, que es carente de existencia inherente, intrínseca. Con el sonido del mantra, todos esos logros se activan en nuestro interior, transportados por la luz. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Empezamos con las recitaciones y recordando el consejo de Rinpoche que dice que es importante mirar de vez en cuando la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo mientras recitamos la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Venerable Juan, ¿quieres hacer tú la dedicación de esta primera recitación, por favor?
Bueno, se me oye, creo, sí, ¿no?
Sí, sí, muy bien, se te ve muy bien.
Bien, pues como principal que se cumplan todos los deseos de los maestros, su santidad, de la Mayese, de la Mazopa. Gracias a ellos hemos conseguido alcanzar el Dharma, sobre todo aquí en Occidente, para que hayan más maestros, Budas, bodhisattvas, que lleguen a todos nosotros, a los occidentales especialmente, a la gente joven, que puedan ver y cautivarse y mover sus mentes hacia el Dharma. Vale.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Y yo, si me permites, me quiero añadir a tu oración, a tu petición, pidiendo de corazón que los maestros que aquí en España nos han abierto el camino del Dharma y que ya se han ido, estoy pensando en Geshe Lobsang Sultrim, en Geshe Thupten Serin, en Geshe Tempadarge y en Geshe Tega, en tantos maestros, ¿no? Pues vuelvan muy rápido y podamos recibir sus enseñanzas también de ellos muy rápido.
Puedo un momento.
Mm.
Su santidad Son Rinpoche en la anterior vida, pese a ser un gran maestro, él consideró que no estaba capacitado para llegar a los occidentales. Envió maestros que sí tenían el karma y la habilidad de llegar a los occidentales. En este sentido, pues por eso busco y por eso dedico para que haya más maestros que tengan la conexión y el carisma que llegue a todos nosotros. Los tibetanos están llenísimos de maestros que les llegan, pero los occidentales necesitamos más gente, más y más, porque hay muchísima gente en Occidente que necesita el Dharma y que pueda conectar con todos los seres, no solo, bueno, ya está.
Muy bien, me parece muy bien lo que añades. Vale, hacemos la segunda recitación. Pensando en esto y en lo que añadirán las venerables ahora, puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos y privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Paloma.
Pues un poco en la línea también de lo que Venerable Juan hablaba, pues ya que somos muy afortunados los que hemos encontrado a los maestros, el Dharma Mahayana, que realmente no nos adormezcamos, que practiquemos con pureza, que lleguemos realmente a ser detentores del Dharma y podamos de esta forma extender las enseñanzas y crear causas para que continúen todos estos maestros manifestándose e impartiendo el Dharma, y también para que se vaya tomando conciencia realmente, por un lado, desde luego, de mantener la moralidad y un buen corazón, porque, como dice Rinpoche, el COVID viene de la mente, entonces, dependiendo de cómo lo trabajemos, pues ahí estarán, pero que vayamos tomando realmente conciencia de la importancia que tiene pues, el guardar medidas preventivas, el protegernos, el proteger a los demás, para que estas circunstancias tan difíciles vayan erradicándose y que no haya tanta gente afectada, ya sea por enfermedad, pérdidas de trabajo, etc.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Hacemos la tercera y última recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Venerable Begoña, si quieres hacer la última dedicación.
Pues sí, me gustaría que nos acordáramos de toda la gente que está afectada por los desastres naturales. Ahora hay un segundo volcán en Indonesia que ha entrado en erupción. En toda la cantidad de inundaciones, incendios, volcanes, en fin, todo eso que denota que el planeta pues, está pasando una mala época. Y también me gustaría hacer referencia a las listas de dedicaciones, tanto de Valencia, de Granada como de Madrid. Bueno, pues todos los nombres que hay en ellas, que en la Madrid la hace Lidia, la hace cada semana. Entonces, pues ahora mismo no la tengo, pero bueno, para esta gente, para todos los que tienen obstáculos y problemas.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Bueno, pues con esta energía que estamos acumulando, seguimos pidiendo de corazón ahora que su santidad pueda permanecer con nosotros hasta el fin del samsara, hasta que los reinos del samsara estén vacíos. Ite menkandi ende maharuva gale junwe sambele jisino kadri insume tensi gyatso so utse tenshi tu se joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, no mostrar ningún signo de obstáculo, que podamos cumplir sus enseñanzas lo mejor posible, de la manera más perfecta, y seguir sus consejos tanto a nivel individual como en los centros, en sus centros. Tusul chamsil jangon yelwe te si jompelwe kunsodo kose sosum kurwe le Gundu Saten Sho. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Guru Avalokitesvara, muy complacido con tu práctica, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en ti a través de tu frente, concediéndote todo aquello que necesites, especialmente la visión correcta de la realidad. Dedicamos ahora a los méritos. Puedes pensar en tus propias necesidades, proyectos, obstáculos, los de tus seres queridos por los que quieras rezar. Y con todo eso en mente dedicas. Lama Sangye Buyune Rowa Chikyan Malupa Deji Sadlago Panso Chacho Sencho Rinpoche Mage Panam Ye Gyuchi Ye Wanyam Pame Padyan por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas, alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muchísimas gracias, venerables, muchísimas gracias a toda la gente que está en YouTube. Feliz Navidad a todo el mundo. Merry Christmas, y deciros que el sábado que viene la sin par e inigualable venerable Begoña me sustituirá, porque yo no puedo hacerlo, así es que tendréis el gusto de...
Sé que estáis todos esperando ansiosos a la sin par, ¿no?
Tendréis todos el gusto
pelota.
y el privilegio de contar con su recitación.
Pelotilleo.
Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Hola, Sanguecadro.
Hola, Sanguecadro. Hola, hola.
Hola.
Hola,
Hello.
¿cómo estás?
Hola, querida.
Bien, bien.
Mira que
Gracias.
your Spanish is doing finish, no? It's finished already.
Finally, you can speak Spanish.
Sanguecadro, in the Abbey, you will do something especially at Christmas or no Christmas tree or anything?
Oh, what we do here on Christmas is we read the whole of Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life.
Fantástico, fantástico, fantástico.
We go in the meditation hall. Each person reads by themselves, but we read the whole text, and
fantástico,
it's beautiful.
Fantástico.
Then we have a wonderful lunch.
We will have on the 25th, no? Is the holiday here. The night of the 24th with the family, and the 25th also, no? We have the holidays in Spain.
Yes, in Spain.
Okay, dear, take care and give our love to Tenchodron and all the sisters there, okay?
Yeah, she sends her love to all of you as well.
Fantástico.
Ciao,
ciao. Ciao, Chenrezig.
Thank you so much.
Bye, Chenrezig, bye. Adiós.
Adios. So, okay, let's start the next session of this week's prayerathon by generating a really positive, altruistic motivation for doing this practice. So the best motivation we can have is bodhicitta, the aspiration to become a fully enlightened Buddha with all the excellent qualities, wisdom, compassion, love, patience, and generosity, and so on, fully perfected, fully developed positive qualities, and able to be totally dedicated to helping all other sentient beings without leaving anyone out, and having the energy to continue helping sentient beings non-stop, every minute, every second, 24/7.
because the Buddha has gone beyond having any needs for himself or herself. So they were able to be totally dedicated to helping others, helping us be free of suffering and the causes of suffering, karma and delusions, and helping us to attain the state of full enlightenment as well, bringing us all the way to Buddhahood. So this is what the Buddhas aspire for and what they are working for, helping each and every one of us. So we have the ability to become a Buddha. We have the potential to become a Buddha. The Buddha has shown us how to do it. We just need to practice. And we're really fortunate that we do have the chance to learn the Buddha's teachings and practice the Buddha's teachings. So it's good if everything we do can be directed towards that goal, enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. And so that includes prayers like the ones we're going to recite right now. So try to make that your ultimate long-term goal, becoming a Buddha, help all living beings. But short-term goal, we can have the aspiration to help all sentient beings from now on until we're enlightened in whatever way we can help them practically with food and money and clothes and whatever else we're able to give to them. We can also help them spiritually with our prayers, our dedications, positive thoughts and aspirations. So really try to feel that we're doing this practice right now, not just for ourselves or for a limited number of beings, but for all living beings throughout space without exception, and to help them with all their various problems, such as COVID and other kinds of physical illnesses, as well as mental suffering. A lot of mental suffering going on right now, fear, worry, depression, grief, and maybe hopelessness and despair. So a lot of mental suffering going on in the world. So generating the wish for all of this suffering to disappear as quickly as possible, and also the causes of suffering, afflictive emotions, and karma, especially non-virtuous karma. So I think that that's our reason for doing these prayers, mantras, recitations. While doing the prayers, it's good to imagine the Buddha in front of us, made of light, radiant, blissful, and around him all other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, including Chenrezig and Tara, will be reciting their mantras, medicine Buddhas, and so on. And also imagine all other sentient beings surrounding us, doing these prayers and practices along with us. So we start by taking refuge in the three jewels, Guru, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum And imagine that from Chenrezig there in the space in front of us, among all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, from him, from his heart and his whole body, light streams out in all directions, and it fills ourselves and all other sentient beings, filling our bodies and minds, purifying all our negative karma, defilements, obscurations, all our suffering of body and mind. This gets purified, and our positive potential, the seeds of our good qualities, are nourished so they can grow more and more. So imagine all sentient beings around you reciting Om Mani Padme Hum along with you and receiving this light, this benefit from Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. Now let's recite a mala of the mantra of Tara. The Dalai Lama recommended this practice for clearing away this problem of COVID. So imagine Tara there in front of us, along with all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and her incredible loving kindness and compassion, like a mother for her child. So she feels that way towards each and every sentient being, totally dedicated, helping us be free of suffering and attain happiness. And she's there to help us in whatever way possible, especially as she represents wisdom, wisdom being the ultimate antidote to all suffering and its causes. So she's willing to help us with our practical problems and also our spiritual problems, overcoming our afflictions. So imagine light flowing from Tara into all sentient beings, again, purifying and nourishing our positive potential. Om Tare Tu Soha, 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 Om Tare Tu So. 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 Om Tare Tu Om Tare Tu Soha. Finally, the mantra of Black Manjushri, also very helpful for clearing away illnesses. Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes, Om Trasichus, the dirt is dermis in English chocolates. Alcom Shamdam Bebes. Now the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now the dedication verses from Shantideva. So we can think of all the marital virtue created by ourselves and all other beings, both ordinary beings as well as Arya beings, those who realized emptiness directly, especially the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So there's a huge, vast ocean of merit, positive energy accumulated by all these beings. So we can think of all of that and dedicate all of that to the welfare of all sentient beings, all the way up to enlightenment. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. Especially right now, there's so many people in Afghanistan, including small children who are dying of hunger, and other countries as well. So may all of those, especially the children and their mothers, but everyone, all beings who are hungry, may all of them receive as much food as they need to be strong and healthy and survive. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed of their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, especially COVID and cancer and all the other devastating diseases, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Other dedication prayers. To do the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Due to all these merits, may all the father and mother sentient beings have all happiness, and may all the lower realms be empty forever. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very second from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And we dedicate as well to the long lives of all our spiritual teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but all other spiritual teachers of all traditions, those who are genuinely living according to the Dharma and teaching the Dharma, guiding sentient beings on the path to enlightenment. So may they have long lives and good health and all their wishes and prayers fulfilled. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, dedicate with wisdom of emptiness. So due to all these merits, which are empty of existing inherently from their own side, may the I, who is empty of existing inherently from its own side, quickly reach enlightenment, which is empty of existing inherently from its own side, and lead all other sentient beings who are empty of existing inherently from their own side to that state of enlightenment as well. Hello, Venerable Damsha.
Hello, Venerable Kadra. Lovely to see you again. You keeping well?
Yes, and you?
Yes, not too bad, not too bad. It's yeah, I'm currently back in the UK, so it's just in time for all the restrictions that are coming back in with travel and stuff. So it's yeah, the timing was good. So maybe the restrictions, but here you go. It is what it is. And yes, I mean it's yeah, we had Venerable Losang on earlier. She's in Switzerland, and she said they had snow. She was out shoveling snow. We got sort of damp weather. What's it like at the Abbey? You got
It's snowing. Yeah, we've had a lot of snow.
so you're gonna have a white Christmas.
Oh yes, yes, definitely. We're making snowman. No, I'm joking. Snow Buddhas. Snow
No
Buddhas.
Buddhas. See, that's the spirit, you know. Pure white images, you know.
Well, somebody did. One guest, one guy. He made a snow Buddha.
Oh wow!
It lasted for a little while and then it melted.
But it's quite nice, though, isn't it? I mean, if you can use that, and you have the skills, and particularly, I mean, some are so gifted, and even making sun sculptures or snow sculptures and ice sculptures, they look just beautiful. But then also you got that impermanence aspect, haven't you, when it all melts away? So wow. So no, thank you very much for leading. It's lovely to have you on board. You know, and I know your regular contributions are much appreciated. So thank you very much, and I hope you're keeping well and safe, and everyone at the Abbey is keeping safe. And hopefully see you next week, unless you're having.
Christmas.
It's Christmas. I mean, some people have Christmas obligations. That's fine, you know. It's but if I don't see you, have a lovely Christmas.
Yeah, we can do on Christmas. Why not?
Well, you know, just you know, as long as it. Yes, I mean, it's much appreciated. See, I wasn't meaning to put it like that. Sign up now. I should do that more often.
I can sign up right now.
Oh, bless. Thank you very much, Venerable Kadra. Lovely. Thank you kindly.
Thank you to both of you.
Oh,
Thank you. Bye-bye.
bye-bye. Oh, gosh.
Bye.
I find that so refreshing. Do you know what I mean? Oh, well, you know. And that's what I mean. People are so free in giving their time when they can. You know, they, oh yeah, I'm free there. I'll book a slot. I mean, that's. I mean that. No wonder we've been going for so long. You know, was it? Yeah, 70. But I keep saying 70. I'm getting confused because I thought it was 75, 74 next week, and 73 this week. 75th week on the 1st of January. So. Now, who's doing that shift? New Year's. No, but no, it's just really, really, really great. I mean, I really have to say, I love the community that we have all grown into. you know, all the Sangha coming across. I know I've said it on numerous occasions, but I find it every week. I find it amazing that so many are just there and chip in. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm free. Here you go. What needs covering? It's just wonderful. You know, that dedication is there to not only fulfill Rinpoche's wishes, but also to be of benefit. And of course, also having that lovely connection with everyone around. But yes, you're looking very happy, Venerable. So you nearly finished with the shift, isn't it? You got a few more to go, Venerable.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I have to
One
go.
more.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Venerable Gadro.
Thank you,
Much
Gadro.
love. Bye.
I was
Yes.
not sure you're talking to me.
Yes, that sometimes it's like, yeah, I start talking, and then of course, yes, it's wonderful, you know, that so many, you know, I'm always amazed also when we see so many Sangha on the screen. You know, that was quite interesting when the Spanish team came on, and there's really a wall of red, isn't there, when they're there. It's just wonderful. Yeah, you keeping all right?
Yes, yeah. Well, thank you. And you?
Yes, it's good.
I haven't seen you, I think, maybe last 2 Sundays. Or
because I was
Saturday.
doing different shift patterns. Yeah, I was
Oh,
covering the early slots, you know, when we had sort of because
yes.
some people were on retreat or were giving teachings and or you knew when you knew they were traveling, and I thought, let's see. So I helped back with my bookings to give others a chance, you know, because I thought if I book my slot and then we still have a bigger gap in the morning, it just adds to my workload, and it worked out really nice. But yeah, it was really strange to be away from my regular, you know.
Yes.
So what we get used to in many ways. So it's nice to break it up, and also to catch up with other familiar faces that we haven't seen in a while. So, but yeah, it seemed very strange, but no, it's I have to say it's been a joy throughout. And yeah, so what, you doing anything nice over at Chenrezig next week? Or you're closing over Christmas, New Year?
I think
And
we
it's
will
just
be
running
close.
skeleton staff?
Because also the borders are open now during the Christmas in Australia. So many people travel, so the restrictions will be more strict.
Yeah.
So I think, not very open.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It is odd if you have them too open, then people, and something goes wrong, they say people borders were too open. If nobody can go out, you think it's too tight. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's yes, it's trying to find the balance. That is always the hard bit. But no, thank you very much. Thank you very much for keeping us all afloat. And I hope I see you soonish. And if I don't, have a lovely Christmas.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, good evening, everyone. So that's we got about just under an hour left on this session, and then we're going in the final stages of prayerathon this weekend. It's yes, it's one of those wonderful weeks where everyone is sort of preparing with Christmas, and again we can put a lot of pressure on ourselves, with what's what, and valuing, being valued through the gifts we give, the gifts we receive, the places we might live in, and this and that, whether we're good enough. But there's beautiful verse that I want to read to you in a minute, but let's take a moment just to reset the mind and reset the focus, nice and quiet. Just take a few deep breaths. And it's good to get a bit of peace and quiet with hustle and bustle in the run up to Christmas. Either because you're working in a busy environment, or you're rushing around getting last minute preparations done. You may be working in A&E or other emergency services or security, and be away. Just take a few moments. And just let's go through this this verse nice and slow, and let's reflect on each line, and then think about what's being said and where you place the importance of what's being said. A king's robe or an old blanket can keep you warm. A gold throne or the bare ground can be your seat. A grand palace or mud hut can be your shelter. A jewel plate or wooden pot can hold your food. The external world does not destroy your inner peace, but your attachment and aversion will. That's a quote from Chenrezig Rinpoche. And if you think about it, what was said, where did you place the emphasis, the king's robe or the blanket? Did we feel we had to have the king's robe to keep warm? Or were we happy with the blanket? Do we despise the king's robe in favor of the blanket? Or are we just practical? Whatever is at hand, as long as it keeps me warm. What are the pros and cons of the blanket to the king's robe? Think about if you put a thread in a blanket. When you had a blanket for years, and we give it that, this is a well-loved blanket. With this little patch of repairs maybe. We just like it. How much more cautious would you have to be if you were to cover yourself in the king's robe? Would we still easily walk around or have a king's robe if there was a tear in it and we stitched it? Or if it was creased? Would you worry more if you had, I don't know, some ice cream or some pudding, cake, or sitting there snuggled up on your sofa, wrapped in a blanket? Would you worry more about the blanket, or would you worry more about dropping some food onto the king's robe? Well, we might wish for the bigger and better. Maybe because we worked for it. Maybe because we were taught that bigger is better, that more expensive is better. It might well be that when we escape slightly more impoverished circumstances, that in order to show that we have made it, that involves showing what we have achieved. But with that also comes the stress of keeping it pristine, keeping up to date. In the same way, we wouldn't want to be seen in a very expensive king's robe that is stained, that had a tear, looks well worn, because we wouldn't deem it befitting. And it might actually then we might turn around and say, ooh, because it's no longer the latest news, finest. If we don't keep up, it shows that we're no longer in that status. So think about how much effort it takes to be attached to status, to hate a lower status. And that often happens when we try to escape lower, certain environments. We really make a point of distancing ourselves from it. We might take aversion to it. Rather than accepting that, look what I've achieved in a non-egoist, ego-centered way. Today I'm fortunate I have something. I have shelter. It might well be a palace, it might be a mud hut. But think about those who do not have the comfort of a shelter. Think about those who do not have the benefit of a robe or blanket, even an old blanket to keep them warm. Think about those who do not have any utensils to eat from, who are unable maybe to cook themselves some food, to even have maybe a hot soup when the conditions are detrimental outside. What examples do we set? Well, we always say, bigger is better, more expensive is better. It seems ages ago, and this probably makes me sound old, but I remember that, yes, you pay for what you get in many ways. If you buy too cheap, it can fall apart, but not because we spend 50, 60, 100 times more, simply because of a brand, doesn't mean it's going to last longer. Some of you may remember stitching socks, maybe putting elastic back in your pants in the old days. It sounds like the old days, not even that long ago. Yet it seems like a million miles away, million years away from where we are now in a world that is driven by consumerism, where we're being told that we need this and that. And just to make sure that in the run-up to Christmas, more money is being spent on items that we probably don't even need. We have these extra sales pitches like Black Friday, get extra discounts, just so that we spend the money on things that we probably could do without, because the things we have still last. And something is only a bargain if you actually need it and can get it at a fair price. Only because something is reduced and you have a fifth one of those now sitting on your shelf while the first one is still working. And likewise, when we put so much emphasis on is what we have good enough, what does it say about ourselves? We have to reflect our internal world to the outside like that. Are we good enough? Are we better than others? Are we less than others? If we accept that happiness lies within ourselves, that peace lies within ourselves, that it's up to us to harvest that positivity, the way we value ourselves, the way we see ourselves. And we begin to realize that we are good enough. And if others say we're not, then that's their skewed mindset. And that's their problem. Know your own value, know your happiness. If we're happy with ourselves, we're more at ease. It's easier for us to engage with ease and peace and compassion with others. And deep down, we all want to be happy, healthy, respected and valued for who we are. And not what others want us to be. If you visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. And if not, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. And anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. And anyone joining us who's not comfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Also, from a compassionate point of view, remember those who may have put you down, who may have sought to have harmed you. Remember, you're enough. And it is through their delusions, through their suffering, that they feel the need to manipulate you. It is out of their pain that they feel unable to communicate in a different way. And as hard as it may be, these beings also need our help. We want them to be freed from their suffering so that they can be at peace with themselves. And once they're at peace with themselves, they can engage in wholesome action with other sentient beings. And in this world that's driven so much by disharmony in many ways, the vast amount of money being spent to create divisions, to create the images and sentiments of an enemy for their own gain. If we want peace in this world, we need to start with ourselves. Have the peace within. We visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finds one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings across the 6 realms. And these beings may be right next to you, or at the furthest corners of the universe. And wherever they are, the Guru's love and compassionate light finds them and enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, purifying all negative karma and delusions, lifting all the weight of the karmic burden, and feeling the benefits ourselves, the rejuvenation, the joy that comes with it. We can see that the same holds true for all other sentient beings. And seeing others suffering, or acknowledging the other's suffering, we can acknowledge that we ourselves have contributed through the actions of our body, speech, and mind to that suffering of others. The way we thought of them, the way we spoke to or about them, the way we acted in front of them or treated them. And all of that, more often, came from a position where we were holding a wrong view. We're frightened, deluded, we're suffering. We're not taking into account the feelings and well-being of the others. Having acknowledged that we have contributed to that suffering, we ask all mother sentient beings for forgiveness. And also make the pledge that from now on we will do our utmost to engage in wholesome actions that benefit mother sentient beings, help them achieve the peace and happiness that is free from all suffering. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. And it will take time for us to do so on a continuous level, always pure in thought, speech, and behavior. But that shouldn't discourage us. When we trip up, we acknowledge that we made a mistake. We reflect on that mistake. And we continue trying to be of benefit and make up for that mistake. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles. We can feel the purifying light, nectar intensifying. And as we're being filled with that loving, compassionate, purifying light, we can feel that atom by atom we begin to glow as more and more of our true nature is being revealed, our Buddha nature. And likewise, all other sentient beings begin to glow. And we exchange light with the Guru, and we exchange light with one another. We become one source of love and compassion. We become one with the Guru. We become one with one another. And as we're about to recite the Mani mantra, may we again recall that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both in the defiled form, the one that has caused suffering, the one we wish to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. And in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion in Mani and Padma. And once we combine them in Om, we have reached the maximum state of enlightenment. Maximum. What a strange way of phrasing that. There you go. We've reached the ultimate pure state. That's when we can be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. But along the way, we keep on practicing. We keep on practicing small acts of compassion. And as we become more and more confident in being compassionate and beneficial, and as our skill grows, so will all our deeds to all other sentient beings. So as you recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. And as more and more of those beings join us, our light collectively shines brighter and brighter, dispelling more and more of negative karma and samsara. Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults, having asked for forgiveness, and having made the pledge to engage in wholesome actions from now on to the best of our ability until we are in the position to be continuously of benefit to others, without deviating, of being of benefit to others. Having recited many Mani mantras, whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure, and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the durations of these prayers, may we now call upon the Great Mother Tower to join us in removing any obstacles that may arise as part of this practice, and also to remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be restored to good health, to remove any obstacles for those who have entered the body or about to enter the body, to have swift transition and be born under favorable conditions, and to remove all obstacles for those who experience hardships by whatever means, to be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships and be restored to good health and well-being. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May continue to be inspirational beacon of love and compassion to all of us in this and all future lifetimes. And may all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. We do one round of Tara. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Let's visualize how the obstacles have been removed, and maybe also call upon the guardians to join us. We are reciting the Vajrayana mantra and Black Manjushri for protection. Maybe be protected from external factors that may affect our commitment to these practices, our commitment to achieving bodhicitta, and also may we be protected from our own shortcomings to being sidetracked in our practices, and may we always operate with a pure heart, and to be of benefit to other sentient beings. So again, if you think about surgical gown that has a two-way function, in a way protecting the surgeon from any splatter and contamination from the patient, but likewise, if the surgeon wouldn't have scrubbed down enough, or to contaminate the patient with any residual material. So if you think about it that way, Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche recently advised that due to the increase in the new strain of variant of the COVID, of Corona, the Vajrayana should be recited ideally 108 times. Let's have a look how we're doing. We can do one full mala of the Vajrayana. Vajapet Maswari Pet never shinneganang Taita Sawari Tahana and the Vashna Raksha Raksha so Vajapet Maswari Pet never shinneganang Taita Sawari Tahana Vashna Raksha so Vajapet Maswari Pet never shinneganang Taita Sawari Tahana and Vashna Raksha so Vajapet Maswari Pet never shinneganang Taita Sawari Tahana and Vashna Raksha so Vajapet. So much of it was. Oh, much of it was very beneficial. Much of it was. So much. So much. So much of it was. Much of it was very beneficial. Again, I thought I saw it on a vision. So much of it was very beneficial. I saw it on a vision. So much of it was. So it on a vision. Oh, much of it was very beneficial. Again, I thought I saw it on a vision. So much of it was very beneficial. Oh, much of it was very beneficial. Again, I thought I saw it on a vision. So much of it was very beneficial. So much of it was very beneficial. So much of it was very beneficial. Not that I saw it on a vision. Beginning 9 thirds of it on a vision. So much of it was very beneficial. That I saw it on a vision. Beginning 9 thirds of it on a vision. And never saying I thought I saw it on. So much of it was very beneficial. So now actually so much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it on a vision. Actually, so much of it was very beneficial. So much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it on a vision. So much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it. So much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it on a vision. Actually, so much of it was that is how it done. And I was no actually so much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it. So much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it on a vision. So much of it was so very done. And I was no actually so much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it on a vision. So much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it on a vision. Actually, so much of it was very beneficial. And I thought I saw it on a vision. Actually, so much of it was very beneficial. Never seen the gun title, sorry, Tana, Navashina, Raksha, so Vashapet, Maswari pet, never see a neganan title, sorry, Hana Vashina, Raksha, so. Okay, so we just do, if we do 21 recitations of the Black Manjushri. Omtam Church said, "Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Sham Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Sham Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam. So, Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Sham Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam Shabdam Pepe. So, Omtam Church said, Dota said, Miss Ningola Chakala Jakam. So, Omtam Church said, so I'm going to do so missing Lachikala Jakam. So I'm sure to do so missing Lachikala Jakam Sham Pepe. So I'm so missing Lachikala Jakam Sham Pepe. So having now really assembled the team thoroughly with Great Mother Tara and the two guardians, maybe now recite the main prayer, the liberating Sakya from disease. And 12 minutes. Yeah, we should be able to do 6 recitations. That should work. So if you think about why did I pick 6 instead of 1 or 3 or more, it really depends on the time you have. If you're pressed for time, it's better to do 1 recitation really with a with the fullest of intention and focus, than trying to rattle through too many, and then you can't get that in, and then it's just really just words coming out. So trying to stay focused. If you have time for 3, then you could think about body, speech, and mind. If you have time for 6, you could do 1 for each of the realms. If you have more time, you could do maybe 3 for each realm. Whatever you do it with focus and with the biggest of intention to stop the suffering within these realms. May all the disease that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names ever beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma as a result. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we go for our final one. And again, if you think about it, we did take refuge by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians. So we called upon Tara and the guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. So we acknowledge that we have made mistakes through the actions of body, speech, and mind, and that we have caused harm in the past, and that we want to change that to the benefit of all beings. May these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So really, with the greatest of positive intentions and motivations, do we wish to be all beings to be freed from suffering, and that includes Yama, the Lord of Death, who actually is only gatekeeper. It's through our actions that we pass through his gates. So yet, and then we also think about the 80,000 class of interferers, or the 360 evil spirits that programmed a certain way to interfere and to cause harm. And we want them to be free as well. So really, with the last recitation, think about all sentient beings, that they may be freed from their suffering. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Dedications may be dedicated to the well-being, long life, and well-being of all other sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May all sentient beings meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community, not just our own traditions, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, and carrying out translations, and thus preserving the teachings and the traditions for generations to come, and for those who still seek the wisdom of the teachings. May all our brothers and sisters achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. And may we always enjoy the company of this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our precious brothers and sisters in the lay community, who through the kind actions of giving their time, expertise, and financial support and other forms of support to Dharma centers and projects to ensure that the Dharma may flourish. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha, the Dharma, and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious Gurus, who, if they haven't done so, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we continue to be guided by the love and compassion towards us and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. So fortunate we are to be alive in human form, so that we can listen to and access his teachings. May we continue to be guided by his wisdom in this and all future lifetimes, and may we see him be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great wisdom and guidance has tasked us with his prayerathon to benefit all mother sentient beings. May Rinpoche live a long and healthy life. May we continue to be guided by his wisdom, and may all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the measure of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha, lead all living beings without exceptions to the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the mass of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers, His Holiness Gangri Rawe Kewe Jingam Di Penang Dewa Malu Jungwen Chenrezig Gyalpo Yi Shapesi Debadu Thank you Chi Lama Zopa Tu Shang Jing Yam Gun Gewe Te Jing Kan Pelwe Kunzo Do Po Te Chok Sum Kewe Lek Nu Du Padak So Gundu Shapten Shu. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently for the past 73 weeks. Thank you very much to all the wonderful people in the Sangha community for contributing week in, week out, and making it possible for us to be here of benefit to all of you. And hello, Chrissy. Lovely to see you. Hello, Amanda. Hello, Anna. Hello, Sarah, and whoever else is listening in, joining in live or as a recording later on. And it is my great pleasure to hand over to Venerable Yeshi.
Good morning. Good morning,
How are you?
Damsho. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. All smiling faces around all day. That gives me great joy.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That was a lovely session. Got to hear that while I was setting up. It was very, very nice indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's really interesting when you hear when you get a little bit of feedback from your peers, because you sometimes go like, how did that come across? You know, and something. But it's really often such a personal thing as well, isn't it? How we build the connections, you know, and you know, it's like the Mani. Do we follow the interpretation of His Holiness, or with body being body, speech, and mind, and then wisdom and compassion, and combine them, or do we think about Venerable Tenda at description from one of his teachers? If you think about if you do the compassion mantra, 6 syllabic, six realms, and I thought that was also nice, where how you challenge the focus. So yeah, thank you very much. But it's lovely. I'm really looking forward to when I saw your name. I thought, oh, I haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah.
Not because of your absence necessarily, but also because of different positions within.
That's it. Yeah, I've had for a while there. It seemed to be the same handover, and then all of a sudden each week now, because of the daylight savings as well. Yeah. The time and other people have gone to different countries. So I've had, for the last few weeks, it's been different people that I've handed over or taken over from. It's actually really nice. And I'm meeting many more sanghas. So, and I thought the same thing. I was, I get to see Venerable Damcho this morning.
It's really nice. I mean, it's funny because for a few weeks I didn't see the Spanish contingent. Because I thought, as you said, with the daylight saving, it's really odd, because you have suddenly different gaps in different places, and because it's easier for me sometimes to be flexible, I see who books up what time, and then it's like, oh, my normal slot is gone, but that's okay, because it's really nice to catch up. Venerable Yeshi, lovely to see you, and hopefully see you next week. If not, have a wonderful Christmas.
I've booked in already. I'm already booked in for next week.
I said it to Venerable Carter. I said, it's Christmas. And she went straight away and booked herself in on, while being on screen. I thought, oops. And there's such a nag. So we're sitting here with the Dharma whip and keep cracking.
No, if as soon as it's a free day, I book in, and that way that's locked in. It's only when, we've got our retreat weekends and weeks coming up. So there will be some difficult times, but I'm definitely booked in for next week already. So
but even that is a nice thing, because we know when the regulars suddenly don't turn up, the first thing, if we haven't heard, is like, I hope they're okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean when they're not so regulars. I mean, we have our, our core, and then people as they can around the other commitments. So first thing is, are they okay? And then, oh yeah, they're fine. They just had a technical problem, or they're on retreat and this and that. So, you know, that's quite all right, because we always seem to manage for 73 weeks. We always seem to manage, you know, when people sort of, we suddenly have pockets, or when there are big teachings were going on at Chenrezig and things like that. So anyway, I'm eating too much into your time.
Oh, you are eating into my time.
sorry. Bad dumpster.
Blessings to
Bless
you.
you.
Have a lovely, safe and happy Christmas, but I won't see you until after Christmas. So you have a very, very safe time over there.
And
lovely. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So good morning and welcome. Yes, we have gone into a little bit of time here, but that's okay. It's what we do, and it's a lovely way to connect. So just taking a moment, and of course, yes, it is the Christmas week. So I thought I would do a bit of a motivation for Christmas. Remembering that for many people throughout the world, Christmas is a time to enjoy family, friends, and celebrate religious traditions. As Buddhists, it's sometimes difficult to know how to be at Christmas, especially as Westerners. Many of us were brought up in a Christian-based faith with a largely commercialized emphasis. But His Holiness the Dalai Lama answers this beautifully, of course. He says that it's not about turning into something or becoming a Buddhist, but about using Buddhism to become a better whatever you are already. So for all sentient beings, but the Buddhist community in particular, it's a wonderful opportunity to practice the 6 perfections. And the first perfection, generosity, was the most important aspect of giving is the intention, and best motivation for giving is bodhicitta. Remembering the 4 types of generosity, of materials, love, fearlessness, and dharma. So the generosity of materials is being able to donate to charities, volunteering, donating food or hampers, or giving to buskers or to the homeless. The generosity of love, checking up on neighbours, spending time with elderly family members, and keeping loving kindness in all of your actions. Generosity of fearlessness, giving gifts that support charities like refugees, homelessness, animal shelters, or environmental initiatives. And the generosity of Dharma, giving of your time, your patience, and be with those that may not have anyone to share Christmas with. The second paramita, ethics. So whatever you give this Christmas, give it honestly and freely. Do not expect anything in return. Remember that our concern is for the welfare of others. Patience. Christmas is often a stressful time, so digging deep to find patience is much needed. Joyous effort. Giving increases our own happiness. There's great satisfaction in fulfilling the wishes of others, and giving gifts of charity brings joy not just to one person, but to many. Concentration. So just be aware of all the opportunities that arise to rejoice. And try to plan ahead and be organised. This reduces stress and creates a harmonious environment. And of course, the 6th paramita is remembering that what we give, remembering that what we give, who we give to, and ourselves, the giver, are interdependent. So really just thinking about that for a moment. As the holiday and festive season fast approaches, it's worthwhile remembering that for some people this can be a very difficult time of the year. It can be a sad time for those who have lost loved ones, lonely for those who have no home or family, and especially stressful for many because of financial restraints and, of course, the lengths of separations experienced by many due to the pandemic of the past 2 years. It may be difficult looking back on the year and hard to look forward. It's important to remember that if you're feeling isolated, lonely, or sad, that you can reach out for support. And for those with families, it's a great time to remember to reach out to others who may not have family. Check in with your neighbours, your loved ones who may be far away, and your local community centres. But however you spend your Christmas, be kind, be safe, give thanks, and rejoice. And keeping all that in mind, we'll turn to the practice that precious Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche has asked us. Our wonderful media team may have put a link in the comments. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to Guru Buddha, go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll recite 3 malas of the Compassion Mantra, Mani Padme Hum, and we'll start together and then we'll continue silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Now we'll recite the actual prayer together 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we'll return to the compassion mantra and just visualizing Chenrezig either in front of you or above you, emitting light rays, 1,000 arms from his heart, the crown, to all sentient beings. And just recalling the motivation we're here, remembering we're here to benefit the welfare of all sentient beings. Time to be able to dig deep, find our love, our compassion, patience, generosity, and be joyful in giving, be thankful for receiving. And giving love to all those that are less fortunate than ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Now returning to the actual prayer, really thinking about what we're saying as we're saying it as well. Remembering this prayer is to alleviate the pandemic, the suffering of all human beings, and so many people all over the world are suffering. Again, at such a time of year, it's never a good time. And many, many, many more people are suffering day by day. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, and as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the dedication prayers. the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honouring the three Sublime Ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And just on behalf of all of us here at Chenrezig Institute, the media team, all the Sangha, our lay community, volunteers and staff, we wish you and all your loved ones all the best for a safe and peaceful Christmas, festive season, holidays, and a new year of peace, good health and happiness. And welcome, Venerable Trinley. How lovely to see you.
You too, Venerable Yeshe. Nice to see you too.
Lovely to see you. You in Brisbane?
Yes, yes. You planning a quiet Christmas on the hill?
Yes, yes. Very quiet. Lovely. Be very, very nice.
Oh, well, take care. And hopefully we'll see each other in the flesh soon.
Yes. That'd be. Are you coming up?
No, not this year.
Okay.
It's just I'm tending to spend a little bit more time at home these days. Not so much anxious about COVID, but I don't know, it gives me a chance not to be rushing around everywhere.
Yeah, lovely. Well, we'll have Vajrasattva for retreat starting on next Sunday. So yeah. Saturday will be a busy day preparing, but it'll be lovely here on the hill. So yes, and I'll be doing prayerathon next Sunday. So thank you to all on YouTube, and now I'm cutting into your time, but thank you. Okay. Have a safe Christmas, everybody, and I'll see you all next week, Karma willing. Thank you.
Bye, Yeshua. Hello, Chrissy. Nice to see you. Oh, Chrissy's gone. Okay, Malgo. Hello, Malgo, this morning. Thank you, Yeshi. So nice to be doing this. Venerable Demcha in the UK, he does a wonderful Thangtong Gyalpo newsletter out to all of the Sangha that take part in this prayerathon, and quite often he references songs, and he looks at the song in, sort of the, guise of Dharma, and we can quite often do that when we're watching a movie or listening to a song, or we can look at it with our Dharma glasses on, let's put it that way. And I quite often like to do that. And there's a Christmas song by John Lennon called Merry Christmas. The war is over. It was written during the Vietnam War by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, and it's Happy Christmas, not Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. And it starts off, so this is Christmas, and what have you done? Another year over, a new one just begun. So what have we done through the year? Can we look back on the year and feel joyful, feel that we have made the best of each and every day? Have we been kind? Have we been mindful of our actions of body, speech and mind? And, it gives us cause for reflection. So, if we haven't, if we can look back, we maybe have a few regrets about how we did during the year. You know, there's always practices and prayers that we can do. And of course, as and we actually just said, the Chenrezig Institute, they have a Vajrasattva retreat up there in between Christmas and New Year, which is really, really lovely. The song goes on, and so this is Christmas. I hope you have fun, the near and the dear one, the old and the young. A very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Let's hope it's a good one without any fear. And truly there's such a lot of fear in the world. When John Lennon and Yoko Ono were writing this, you know, it was the Vietnam War. Such a lot of fear. And John Lennon and Yoko Ono believed in putting positive energy out in the world to achieve, you know, in this case, the end of the Vietnam War. If enough people wanted it to happen, it would happen. And in a way, that's what we do with this prayer-a-thon. Prayer is an aspiration, a wish. And the reason we do this prayer-a-thon is for the ending of COVID-19, at the ending of the pandemic throughout the world. So putting that powerful energy of prayer out into the world will have a great benefit. If enough people do it, then we can bring about the end of the pandemic. The song goes on. And so this is Christmas, for weak and for strong. For the rich and the poor ones, the road is so long. And so happy Christmas for black and for whites, the yellow and the red ones. Let's stop all the fight. A very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Let's hope it's a good one without any fear. And so it goes on. And the refrain throughout the song is, war is over if you want it. Now, we can say and think the pandemic is over if you want it, and everybody wants it so much. So we can put that powerful energy out into the world, fill up our immediate environment with the energy of this practice, fill up the suburb we live in, the city we live in, the country we live in, fill up the world with powerful healing energy, powerful aspiration for the end of the pandemic. So we can recite the practice, starting with the beautiful refuge, which was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara, the Karga Papal Joshera, by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. And we must have refuge. We must trust the Buddha, the Supreme Teacher, our own gurus. We must trust the Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha. Very, very wise, very practical, very easy to take on to our daily life and to use in whatever we're doing, whether we're Sangha or lay people. We're not even Buddhists. We can take the teachings of the Buddha that resonate with our mind and use those to help others and to help ourselves. And the Sangha, the community of our gurus and our brothers and sisters in the Dharma, and the Arya beings that support us. So we can think as we recite this refuge prayer 7 times, really reflect on the prayer and what it means to take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we can recite the mantra, the Mani mantra, the mantra of Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara. This mantra, again, resonates throughout our environment, throughout our suburb, our city, our country, the world. Powerful healing energy, powerful purifying energy. We can think as we recite the mantra of all the people who are suffering at this time from this dreadful, dreadful pandemic that has, been around us for the last couple of years. In many countries, not getting any easier. We can offer loving kindness, loving compassion to all beings as we recite the mantra. And we'll recite it aloud for one mala and under our breath for 2 malas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. 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 Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani. 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 Now we can recite the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, and you can have a look, as we recite, gaze at the image of Thangtong Gyalpo if you have it in front of you, or if you can see the screen behind me, and connect to Thangtong Gyalpo, to your own guru, and think that may this actual prayer be beneficial, just as Lama Zopa Rinpoche has said. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the powers of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the king, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the king, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the king, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we can do our dedication prayers. And of course, as always, I do the dedication prayer from chapter 10 as a guide to the Bodhisattva's way of life by Master Shantideva. And again, bringing to mind all suffering beings, so much suffering, in this world, and particularly at Christmas time, we can think of those whose loved ones have died in this past year. When celebrations like Christmas arise for the first time after a loved one has died, so difficult for people. And, for those who lose their loved ones at Christmas, so please keep them in your hearts as we recite this prayer, as well as all of those suffering through the pandemic with whatever arises for them because of this disease. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that stage. And long life prayers for our amazing gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who service the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading one Janat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, 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 please live on. Now, to finalise the last dedication prayer, remembering emptiness, that we are all connected, that we are all dependent on others, that all things are dependent on others. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Well, thank you, everyone. It looks like Venerable Angie's running a bit late. So let's just sit and reflect on the last year, what we've achieved, and we can rejoice sincerely and wholeheartedly in our achievements. And those things where we may have been able to do better. So just for a few minutes, relax, sit in a comfortable meditation posture and reflect on 2021. So were there times when you could have done better? Were there times when anger arose? When anger arose, were you able to nip it in the bud before it manifested in actions of body and speech? Did you let it run wild? Happens to all of us. And if anger manifested, were you able to repair the damage it caused? Were you able to apologize? Were you able to forgive? Were you able to practice purification, bringing to mind the 4 opponent powers, the regret, and the remedying it by, sort of Vajrasattva or 35 Buddhas or reading the Heart Sutra, we're able to reflect and find in your own, mind how you might stop this from happening again, and make a vow to Vajrasattva, the Buddhas, that you would try your hardest not to do this thing again, not let anger arise, not harm others. It's hard, isn't it? We're human beings, we're not Buddhas yet. And throughout the year, I'm sure we've all had times that we regret. Speech is, sometimes you say something and you wish you could take it back straight away. Your speech can be very harmful, very, very hurtful to people. And as soon as you've said something, it's hard to remedy that damage. Think about how you might be able to make your speech a little kinder. Like you might be able to take a step back when anger or frustration, irritation arises, and not let it manifest into speech. What about the good things that you've done throughout the year? How you've been able to help others? The little ways, the offering of a smile, the offering of a hand, the offering of kind words, the offering of Dharma. All of the amazing things you've done, keeping your vows, keeping your commitments. How wonderful. But again, we're not Buddhas yet, and maybe we have transgressed along the way. But rejoice so strongly, so wholeheartedly in what you have been able to do. It is really, really important to rejoice and have compassion for yourself when you transgress, when you know that you've done something negative, could have done something better. So let's think about those negativities of body, speech and mind that have happened throughout the year. And let's do some recitation of the Vajrasattva mantra, the 100-syllable mantra. Just a few. And think that Vajrasattva above the crown of your head, holding Dorje and bell, sending white, healing, purifying nectar down to the crown of your head, filling your whole body, totally purifying all your negativities of body, speech and mind. Vajrasattva samaya manopalaya, Vajrasattva denapatita, Dido mebawa, Sutakaya mebawa, Supakaya mebawa, Anarakta mebawa, Savasidi me prayatsa, Savakama sitsami, Sidam Jam Shurkuru home ha 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 ho, Bhagavan Savatata Gaga, Vajramame Munsa, Vajrabhava Mahasamya Safa, Vajrasattva samaya manopanaya, Vajrasattva denopatita, Dwido Mebawa, Sutokaya Mebawa, Sopokaya Mebawa, Anarakta Mebawa, Sava Siddhi Me Prayata Sava Kama Susami, Shitam Sriyam Kuruhum, ha 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 ho, Bhagawan, Sava Tata Gata, Bajra Mama, Mutsa Bajra Baba Maha, Samaya Sapa Ahum, Om Bhadra Sattva Samaya, Manapalaya, Bhadra Sattva Dhanapatita, Prida Mebawa, Sotakaya Mebawa, Sopakaya Mebawa, Anarakta Mebawa, Sava Siddhi Me Prayata Sava Kama Sitami, Sitam Sriyam Kuru Hom, ha 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 ho, Bhagawan, Sava Tata Gata, Bhadra Mame, Mutsa Bhadra Baba Ma, Samaya Sapa Ahum Be, Om Bhadra Sattva Samaya, Manapalaya, Bhadra Sattva Dhanapatita, Prida Mebawa, Sutokaya Mebawa, Supakaya Mebawa, Anarakta Mebawa, Sava Siddhi Mepa Yatsa Sava Kama Susami, Chitam Sriyam Guru Hom, ha 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 ha, Bhagawan, Sava Tata Gata, Bhadra Mame Mutsa Bhadra Baba Maha Samaya Sapa, Om Be, Om Bhadra Sattva Samaya, Manapalaya, Bhadra Sattva Dhanapatita, Trita Mebawa, Sutokaya Mebawa, Supakaya Mebawa, Anoraka Mebawa, Sava Siddhi Me Prayatsa Sava Kama Sutsami, Chitam Sriyam Kuru Hom, ha 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 ho, Bhagawan, Sava Tata Gata, Bhadra Mame Mutsa Bhadra Baba Ma, Samaya Sapa Ahum Be, Om Bhadra Sattva Samaya Manopalaya, Bhadra Sattva Dhanapatita, Prida Mebawa, Sotakaya Mebawa, Supakaya Mebawa, Anoraka Mebawa, Sava Siddhi Me Prayatsa Sava Kama Sutsami, Shitam Sriyam Kuru Hom, ha 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 ho, Bhagawan Sava Tata Gata, Bhadra Mame Mutsa Bhadra Baba Maha, Samaya Sapa Ahum Be, Om Bhadra Sattva Samaya Manopalaya, Bhadra Sattva Dhanapatita, Frido Mebawa, Sutokaya Mebawa, Sopakaya Mebawa, Anarakta Mebawa, Sava Siddhi Me Prayatsa Sava Kama Sutsami, Chitam Sriyam Kuru Hom, ha 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 ho, Bhagawan, Sava Tata Gata, Bhadra Mame Mutsa Bhadra Baba Maha, Samaya Sapa Ahum Be. And think that all of your negativities of body, speech, and mind have been purified. And make a strong vow that any negativities that are habitual, maybe telling fibs, telling white lies, taking what is not freely offered, stealing, using harsh speech, any of the things that seem to arise of their own volition. Make a vow now. It doesn't have to be so for a long period of time. It's better to keep a vow for a short period of time and keep it perfectly and purely than to make a vow for a long period of time and almost, immediately break it. So think of something that you can very sincerely promise that you won't do. Okay, so let's continue now with the Thangtong Gyalpo practice. Excuse me while I have a drink of water. So how very fortunate we are that we've had the chance throughout the year to be able to do this practice. How fortunate we are that we have a teacher like Lama Zopa Rinpoche who knows exactly what advice to give us and what is most beneficial for us, and in this case, what is most beneficial for the world. That's doing this practice week in, week out. We can set the motivation through this lovely refuge prayer, which was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara Gapa Peljo Shara, and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. And think as we recite it 7 times, just think that every syllable done with a sincere heart provides infinite benefits for living beings. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we can recite the Mani mantra. We recite it aloud for 1 mala and under our breath for 2 malas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani And we can think that the healing energy of this mantra of compassion goes out to every single sentient being, healing, helping, purifying. That all beings become free of all their suffering and all the causes of their suffering. They gain happiness, all the causes of happiness. Now we can recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Dharma, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Dharma, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three gurus, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three gurus, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now, we'll do our dedication. Now, I'd like to do the dedication from the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shantideva. And so bring to mind, as you recite this prayer, all of your family and friends, all of those that you love, who may be suffering in whatever way, all of the strangers, the people you meet in the street, on the bus, in your neighborhood, in the shops, friends of friends, people on the television, all of the strangers, bring them to mind. And all of the people you might call your enemies, people you really, really dislike, people who have hurt you, people who have hurt others, and bring them to mind also. They also are suffering. Hold them in your heart and wish them happiness, wish them freedom from suffering. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid. May the powerless find power. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. The long life prayers For His Holiness the Dalai Lama, please, please, please live long. Wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And our own precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, long. Final dedication, remembering emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty and economic problems in the world and all dangers of earth, water, fire and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you, everybody. Have a very safe and happy Christmas. Keep well. Think of others. As I said before, so much suffering at this time here. So be good, be kind. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you, Malgo, for everything this year. And last year, you're just an amazing woman, amazing mate. So talented and kind, and thank you so very, very much. And I know it's hard for you being away from family at Christmas time. So may all your family be healthy and happy and well, safe. Yeah. And the IMI, thank you for looking after all the monks and nuns, and for everybody concerned in doing this, and for our teachers. Keep safe, keep well, and